Meet Astra, an AI-powered agent builder designed to keep your business running non-stop. Seamlessly integrating with your existing tools, Astra respond instantly 24/7, support multiple languages, and unlock new revenue streams with ease. Choose from our template library, lead qualification, FAQ agent, sales assistant, whatever suits your needs. Drop in
Karibuni sana. I would want to ask our colleague Jacqueline to start us off with a word of prayer.
Good morning. May we all stand for a word of prayer. Let's pray. Everlasting Father, King of glory, you are powerful, you're wonderful, and you're great. Father, we thank you for this opportunity and this morning. Your faithfulness, oh God, that we have seen, Father, since the beginning of this conference up today. Father, we have seen your favor, your grace, oh God, and we say thank you. Thank you for this day. Even as we begin, I pray for the presenters, Father, that you give them an insight. I pray for us for concentration, understanding of everything that will be presented here. I pray for the facilitators, the session chairs, and everyone, oh God. I pray for those that are yet to come, Father, that you quicken their steps, oh God of glory. Father, I pray, Jehovah, that you lead us through. We pray, Jehovah, King of all glory, for your presence, oh God, beginning now to the end of the day. May your name be glorified. I honor you and I exalt you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Today we have a very interesting session lined up for us, starting with some presentations relating to data integrity, some bit in policy and bit in trade. So I'd like to welcome our session chair for today. We'll be having our representatives from Uganda, and I'd like to call on Dr. Letitia Namubiru to start us off. Karibu, let's clap for her as she comes on stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to our day 3 of the Regional Metrology Conference. Thank you for keeping time. I like working with punctual people. I'm very proud of all of you who have made it here early enough. I have a humble request. I request that probably we draw a little bit to the front so that we can have cohesion as we have our discussions and presentations today, if you don't mind. Please kindly draw nearer. South Sudan, our counterparts from Weights and Measures Tanzania, please kindly draw nearer. As you move, we have some changes in today's program. We're going to start with a recap of all the presentations that we had yesterday, I'm going to request my colleague, Patrick, to come over and handle the recap session. Then I'll take it up from there. Patrick, over to you.
You wanna go faster, 1545. See to come through, see stress my guy. That was 023. Come through if you know what that means. She can number 2. That was 023. Slide through.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Letitia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, yesterday we had a wonderful day, action-packed, full of presentations. The science was shared, and one of the presentations we began yesterday with the design and implementation of SMT32-based magnetic tiara for metrology laboratory applications by Mr. Danish Ocheng. It was a wonderful presentation. He talked about using microcontroller-driven laboratory devices to mix liquid. He delved into using microcontroller for precise digital speed control, PID temperature controller, and use of interfaces. He mentioned that the tiara can be used to move micro robot through phantom filled with liquid to mimic the blood viscosity. He presented the circuit diagram, which included but not limited to power supply and the main circuit board. From there, we saw another wonderful presentation by Mr. Warren Kivinge regarding simulations on computation fluid dynamics to mimic the real world of measurements. His research proposal was based on solving Navier-Stokes equations for visualization, analyzation, and optimization of designs before physical prototyping. In other words, he was having a standard meter, and then he was simulating his proposal. In other words, if you want to deploy that meter, you have to first know its characteristics before deploying it in use. He further highlighted that once the system is implemented, it will reduce costs for calibrations, and the system will be faster. Yeah. Then we had another wonderful presentation from Mr. Sylvester. Let me get the other name correct. Mr. Sylvester Memia. I think I've pronounced it right. Calibration in vacuum pressure of frontier, high precision calibration of Teledyne Hastings, thermopile vacuum reference sensor in RUSCA 2464A systems using capacitive diaphragm standards. Yeah. In his presentation, he focused on high precision calibrations of Teledyne Hastings instruments, which are critical for maintaining accuracy in vacuum and vacuum systems operating in a vacuum. Okay. I'm trying to go through my notes. Yeah. Yeah, basically, that's what his presentation was. And keynote address from the chair of EAMET, Dr. Henry Rotich, Director Metrology and Testing. In his remarks, he highlighted the importance of metrology by posing a question, why does metrology matter? And his response was, it is an invisible pillar. Without metrology or measurements, there is no quality, and without quality, there is no trade. He further showed his, he shared his personal predicament, which he went through when he got wrong diagnosis. We all know that. So he emphasized that accurate measurements eliminate trade barriers, support mutual recognition, also consumer confidence. He emphasized regional collaborations in order to achieve the ambitions of AFCTA, the ESC Vision 2050, African Union Agenda 2063. He also emphasized investment in the NMIs so that we can be able to achieve the visions of AFCT, ESC, and the African Union. Also enable MSMEs through metrology, harmonize measurement standards in the region, strengthen metrology in health, and so many other things were mentioned by Dr. Henry Rotich. Yes, we had another presentation from the MD KEBS. Yeah, she highlighted and gave different scenarios, which were actually very touching, because they talked about trade, they talked about health. She was giving scenarios from Mbarara, a doctor in Mbarara measuring, maybe taking a sample of blood, and then that sample of blood, when it is probably, if it is wrongly measured, it will have an impact on the person that is being treated. She further highlighted that without accurate measurements, trade slows down, innovation stalls, consumer trust collapses. Metrology is an infrastructure of fairness in our society. Work in metrology is about improving lives. Those are the key points in her presentation. Yeah, trust in measurements is the currency of modern trade. That was a very important point in her speech. Regional markets were talked about, that we have over 300 million people in Africa, and we need to use that population for us to improve our lives, and also by tapping into the market the population brings. Opportunity, she said, opportunities alone do not create prosperity. Yeah, and then she further said that when institutions are strong, then the markets and systems can be reliable. Metrology determine if these systems will succeed or fail. Yeah. So we had also another wonderful presentation from Dr. Leon. He talked about the cable balance. He was part of the engineers that developed that system, and he took us through the science behind the cable balance. We saw the permanent magnets and the coils. the current or the voltage generated induced a voltage that created a force on the other side, and that force basically was used to balance the weight on the other side. That equipment or project was developed to help realize a kilogram, because before we had the prototypes that were decaying. So that was the most driving factor for them to come up with the project in NIST. And he talked about the Kibo G2, that is a project that they're working on with CABES as well as Mexico. CABES has benefited from that, and that is, I think, a commercial work that they are doing at NIST, and also he emphasized that there can be collaborations with other institutions. So we need to embrace that as well. Then we had a presentation from Mr. Odaka from CABES, and he talked about his study from the hospitals. He showed us the performance of the thermometers he sampled, and then also the fridges. And I think his presentation was very, very good. It gave us a clear picture on how hospitals and clinical centers actually operate with calibrated instruments. And then also he went further to talk about, he sampled some temperature measurements in the industry. He showed that there were some, he found a few discrepancies there. But luckily in the health industry, in his sample, measurements were really quite good. Yeah, and then also, I think in a nutshell, that's how the day went. I might come back later to probably talk about the other presenters that I've not yet talked about. Yeah. So let me invite Dr. Letitia to come and take us through the next session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for the recap of day 2. I believe he covered most of the topics that we discussed yesterday. We'll go directly to our paper presentations for today. Presenter join me together as welcome Mr. Renatus Bubera to come and make his presentation. Please kindly give him a big hand clap. You're most welcome.
You wanna go faster, 1545. See to come through, see stress myself. Double 023. Come through if you know what that means. She can number 2. Double 023. Slide through if you know what that means. She can 023.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, as I've been introduced, my name is Renato Bubera Matayo from Tanzania Weights and Measures Agency. I am here to present the title, Legal Metrology and the Cross-Border Trade, Addressing Measurement discrepancies as the non-tariff barriers. Before I start chipping on my slides, I want to make a short introduction on my topic.
Nafinya 2003 napiga look ndani ya caps imedeal na scan fit in coside
Sorry for inconvenience caused. Again, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Renatus Bubero Matayo from Tanzania Weights and Measures Agency. I'm here to present the title, Legal Metrology and Cross-Border Trade, Addressing Measurement Discrepancies as Non-Tariff Barriers. I wanted to highlight a bit on this topic here. If you go back to the history of East Africa community, it started with the 3 countries, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. As of now, there are 8 countries. So you can see during that time, when there were only 3, even the barrier was not much as it is today. Because few people, few countries, it's easy to communicate. But as the Jumuiya expanded, you can see that there is a need for something to be addressed upon over cross-border trade issues. Yes. If I focus on background of my start, you see previously the focus was much on tariff barriers. That was the focus of the states, and through WTO, World Trade Organization, and the TBT, this part has been reduced almost 5%. So after that, I think 5% is reasonable. Then they find, okay, this is manageable, then the business of cross-border is very possible. But on the other hand, non-tariff barrier raised, which include, non-tariff barrier, which is not that of tariffs. This is of metrology issue, and as today we are addressing it as a measurement discrepancies. This is due to the technical regulation, standards, and sometimes inconsistent units, or sometimes also conformity assessment. Okay. On this matter, legal metrology as a part and parcel of the production process, manufacturing, even in healthy, also policy. Legal metrology refers to the laws, regulations, and the technical procedure that public authority use to ensure accuracy of measurements. For that, it underpins consumer protection, trade fair, and the integrity of the commerce. So, as the part of cross-border, legal metrology has to be enhanced to reduce these trade barriers. On the statement of the problem, I try to check on the discrepancies arise when instruments or standards used in exporting countries differ from those of importing country. Because on the legal metrology issue, during the production process, the goods is produced in a certain country can conform with that standards or checks which has been done, but when it crosses the border, it faces hurdles or delay at the border. That's why we need to address this matter. And we have some practical examples on the issue of this kind. Particularly, we had a problem in our main borders, like in Namanga, which is a border shared between Tanzania and Kenya. Also, we had such situation at Tunduma. For us is Tanzania and Zambia. Yeah. Starting with the border delays. Any order which happen or any inconvenience which happen when a business person take the truck to the border, they are uncertain of what is going to happen. You take you collect the goods from somewhere, you take the truck to the border, but you don't know, are you going to cross today or after a week? So on this, we address the issue for border delays as one of the components of this study. But also, there is cost escalation. As far as you delay at the border, or the procedure of cross-border is a bit cumbersome. There must be cost associated. We do say that when the consignment is purchased, someone somewhere is waiting for that goods. There is a cost of delay on the transporter, drivers or whoever, they'll stuck somewhere. But on the other hand, if it's the order, take example is flowers for Valentine, then Valentine Day is over, those flowers won't be sold as intended. Someone has lost the business because of the delay. But there is also issue for SMEs inclusion. Cross-border trade has got almost two categories of customers. There is that big customers who are carrying these big consignment, but there is those baggage goods, which is for small business people. And you may find that these people are very, very important because it doesn't cut even 10 minutes. No one is passing. They are passing all the time. Taking these small items, needs or business to sell to other part, they need to be included or to take into consideration so that even one day they will grow and become big people just like others. So on the objective, there are some issues to look upon. Analyze the discrepancy origin. Why this is happening? Why discrepancy is happening? What's the origin of this? There must be sometime, somewhere, a hurdle, or we much rely on a technical regulation as one of the issue which arise. We have also to assess the issue of economic impact. If we let alone this thing to persist, what is the future of the region, of the people also? I think also this is also important. But after that, you have to review on international solutions. We need international solution to see whether we can harmonize or sit together and reduce these issues and make a seamless flow of goods. Also, there is a policy recommendation. As we are here today, actually this is part of which you have to look upon, that there have been a lot of efforts and some documents has been put on place to make sure that things or business have to go on. And I think as a region, I may comment that we are doing good. Yeah, if we come to the main part of this study, measurement discrepancy as a non-tariff barrier. The major is a technical regulation. As for WTO, it's a study, I think, of 2020 and other years. Metrology itself, scholarly, they count not to be non-tariff barrier, rather business or trade drivers. So if we have such a concept and a notion, I think it's necessary to make sure that technical barrier, which are stricter than necessary, should not be given a chance. How? Because each nation, they are developing their own document to safeguard the interest of the nation on prepackaged goods and other bulk goods. But what is required? We have to check much on the issue of MPE, maximum permissible errors. You find that goods which has passed a test on country A face a mandatory verification on the other side, but also fail the test. So if we variation of MPEs, for instance, one might permit 1 plus or minus 1%, but the importing country 0.5%. If you make a test on, say, it's a prepackaged goods, maybe it's a cement of a bag of cement, it's going to fail. If it fails, you start discussing. Either you discuss, there is a delay, there is a fine which has to be imposed, and other disturbance from the cross-border business. Also, there is absence of a mutual recognition. Mutual recognition agreement is very, very important. I remember we had some Kenya and Tanzania, particularly on the Manga border. It couldn't pass a month even without any customer to stack or goods to stack at the border. If it could go longer, only 3 months, there must be some consignment had to stack. It's because of the issue of MPEs. But what we did as a country, I think we have a pact of issues which was put on the table under EAC. We signed the agreement in Tanzania and Kenya. Right from there, actually it was a delegation of big people from both countries. Then things got smooth. I think anyone who is making a good follow-up, if you ask in Amanga today, oh, it's a border which recommended anyone to pass through that route. But by then, anyone could say, don't go through Namanga, because you may stuck and you may get lost, you see? But after mutual recognition agreement, things is going well. But in Tanzania, we have another example. Recently, we had an issue with Zambia on the fuel issue regarding our vehicle tanks. We take the vehicle, they question. They bring the vehicle, we question. Because before you load the fuel, you must bring the calibration chart or document which allows you, as is this vehicle verified? If not verified, you cannot allow to load. But if it's verified with the valid document, you load. But due to the measurement discrepancy between we, Tanzania, and Zambia, we were in a friction and the conflict of the business. But recently, last year, Weight and Measures Tanzania, the CEO and the committee, ministerial board, they went to Zambia and they sit with the Zambia Weight and Measures counterpart, and they resolved the issue. As of today, fuel issues is not a problem flowing from Tanzania because we have a port. So we have a port. So just like here at Mombasa, so the fuel is flowing from port of Dar es Salaam to Zambia. So the issue has been resolved, and Zambia now, they are very, very friendly to us, just as Tanzania always be. Tanzania is always try to be friend to anyone if you come on table. Also, there is the issue of incompatible measurement units. Here, there is the issue of ton. Other may declare gross weight against net weight. If we take example for soap manufacturers, they have their own way of naming goods. We know for the good to cross border, need to conform with the different parameters. But when they produce soaps, these bar soaps, they write, for example, this is 800 gram when packed. But when packed, as an inspector, you are not there. You meet the weight, the consignment at the border. If you make a test and it fails, they may complain that, oh, this was 800 gram when packed. How much is going to lose? Or which gram should be lost when packed until it reaches the market, or it crosses the border? So you can find that these things sometimes need to be addressed. And there are some, but not that much goods of that kind which is labeled in that manner. I think as a legal metrologist, we need to address on this, because we say, okay, the issue of maize, maize grain, maize grain, maize need to be, it is also known, but for instance, in Tanzania, we have a software. When we make the test, it incorporates that difference, but the tolerance should not be that, I think not less than 1%, yeah, I don't exactly remember, but there is a tolerance of that. Just like for bread and other goods of that kind. But the tolerance is being accommodated. But for other goods, you may find manufacturers, they want to hide themselves on the way goods is labeled. Our other issue we need to address is to keep on making more inspection and educating our manufacturers or cross-border business people so that we can carry them along the board. Yeah. Also, I take in my case study as a Tanzania weight and measures. We had a role on cross-border business. As far as you know that cross-border business, we talk of the product, but we talk of the way bridges. If you may find that after cross-border, there's a way bridge. This is one of the issue. As a country, we are trying to address, to use the modern way bridges. There is way on motion. I think there is there in Namanga. There is a place called Kimokoa. Way in motion. The country take into consideration that they should not create more queue before other truck not necessary to contact the plate of the way bridge. The sensor may detect and allow the vehicle to go. So on so doing, there is a facilitation on the trade. But the major issue is to make sure that way bridges are verified and they give correct measurement so that the manifest and that custom document read in correct with what is being measured. But also this assist our counterpart, custom, KRA, TRA, and other revenue authority to determine the exact tariff which is required, because most of the issue based on the weight. There is issue of bulk measurement. Standard, I think yesterday you talked much of flow meters. One of the gentlemen, I don't remember really his name, but it was a issue on the issue of bulk liquid measurement. You see, much of the flow meters need to be verified so that the imports can flow easily in the region. But also there is a prepackaged goods inspection. goods crossing border from one country to another, at the ports, at the border, needed to be verified. There are some parameter we check on the labels, label requirements. We check on the label. There are some issues to check. There is weight, brand name, expire date. We need to concentrate on that. And if things get easy, then we don't have to spend more time on that. But sample. And on the issue of a package for cross-border, say in Tanzania and Kenya, I think in other countries now there is this one-stop border post, which has been introduced. So you find the inspection is done collaboratively with all the agencies operating at the border. When the truck arrived, after the clearing agent make arrangement, they call upon all the staff, so they go together and make inspection at once, and they make the flow easier. Rather than before, you had to inspect the vehicle in one side, and to allow the vehicle to flow to other side of the border, and they do the same. They do the same activity. Okay. There is this issue of economic impact. We've seen direct cost, short weight violation. When the goods not comply, there must be the fine, also inspection. But on this, we are trying to say measure once accepted by all. This can be the solution when things is killed. When things is cleared on board. There is issue of indirect cost, track delay, and even a goods get distracted, demurrage charges or the customs. Also there is the issue of perishable goods. Customer may lose their capital. You make the consignment to stock, then it is decayed, can't be sold in the market anymore. Okay, apart from what I've spoken, there is a way forward, path towards harmonization. Tanzania is a center for harmonization. Why? On the northern part, there is East Africa. On the southern part, there is SADC. And we go with all. So we have adopted different documents of SADC, EAMET as we are here today. We have SADC mail documents, which we are using in our test on day-to-day. But the major is the adoption of IMLO standard. You see, it gives a room for harmonization so that we can still facilitating the business in our region. Also, the issue of mutual agreement, I've spoken it in a broad, but it has been made. And by this year, later this year, we'll be signing mutual recognition agreement with Malawi. So you can see how things is moving. As I've said, each country, they have their own regulation, but when we sit on the table, everybody win-win situation. Of course, I think you know this. There is also for digital metrology systems. Of course, metrology is going digital, and reports, documents, certificates are obtained online. We have our online systems, which we save our customers. Those we license them, they are getting their certificate online upon logging in our website, and they get the service on time. Yeah, policy recommendation. The EAC, we have to harmonize EAC legal metrology laws as we are doing of now. I think emphasis, and I've seen this is the second EMT. As we reach the 7th or 6th, most of the thing will be carried on board, and the things gonna be much better, and the flow of the business, it will be no longer a problem from one country to another. I recommend also to publish or to put the document to be transparent, especially issue of MPEs for traders sometimes, East Africa generally, not as individual country. But with fast track mutual recognition, I think I've given several examples, particularly Tanzania, and Kenya, and Zambia, Malawi. I think even others. I think even Uganda. If Uganda and Kenya, they had the issue with that Malaba border. I think they will tell us, but we used to hear, because I've been at the border for a couple of years, so more than 10 years working with the border as a border expert. So I know much of the customer issue and the cross-border business. So also we have to invest in metrology infrastructure. I think as a country, as a region, we are doing it. I think as we are going to the end, I would like to conclude by saying legal metrology is not merely a regulatory function. It is the fundamental for fair, efficient, and trusted trade. Thank you for listening.
You wanna go faster, 1545. See to come through, see stress myself. Come through if you know what that means. She can number 2.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bovera, for that wonderful presentation. As you made your presentation, I was intrigued in my mind. Each and every time we talk about legal metrology, our core function is to facilitate trade. I don't know what this ESC integration is about if we cannot facilitate trade. We all understand from his presentation that there are many issues that he has raised: technical regulations, inspection procedures, and conformity assessments that we all use in our different states to ensure that we create friction in trade. He has proposed the solutions and the recommendations. I'm optimistic that this is a starting point, but when we meet in Rwanda, starting 20th of April to 24th, I'm sure this discussion is part of what we will have in Rwanda to see how best we can facilitate trade within the region. Thank you so much, Mr. Bubera. I'm going to allow you take your seat again. A big hand clap for him as he steps down. I'm in a hard position because when I look at our program, we're supposed to be stepping out to have our health break. That is supposed to start at exactly 10. We have 8 minutes. I'm of the view that probably we have one more presentation before we step out for our health break. The next presenter, who is going to give us a paper still in about industrial and legal metrology, is a researcher, an academician, and a metrology specialist with extensive experience in both legal, industrial, and optical metrology. Dr. Nyamera, please, you're welcome. Take up your position. It's my humble request that you keep the presentation a little bit brief, because you're the one standing between us and the break till you're supposed to have in a few minutes. Thank you.
Caps if we really tryna figure here, stop.
Okay, good morning. Good morning once again. Okay, as introduced by one here before, my name is Boniface Nyamweru. I'm lecturer and head of the Department of Legal and Industrial Metrology, College of Business Education, CBE, Tanzania. So I'm here to present my topic, the role of legal and industrial metrology education in strengthening consumer protection in East Africa. In short, I know most of you here, you are metrologists, and you are aware that metrology is a science of measurements with the three main branches, that is scientific, industrial, and legal metrology. Each of these branches have its main function. But we go further, when we go to the part of legal metrology, it goes further on, needs more number of people to work on it. When you are talking people in the part of scientific metrology, are the people dealing with developing standard, defining as a unit. But in the part of legal metrology, there are those who are enforcing the law of metrology, the law of measurements. So they are dealing with the people directly. We need these people as many as. So this is what I'll be talking today. So in short, at the end, in the part of legal metrology, you think it covers, because it protects customer, it protects people in business, in trade, and trade goes very far. Trade goes in industry, trades go in the sector of health, trades go in manufacturing, trades go in a business, normal business. So it covers a large of area. So simply we say it guarantee customer in every sector. But what the issue now? Effective measurement system is not based on a measuring instrument, laboratory, or legislative framework. It depends on well-trained professional who understand measurement science and its application. So my key issue, actually in the short way I can say that when you need someone to save you in your National Metrology Institute as metrologists in the part of scientific metrology, you don't need a lot of people to cover that part. You don't need a lot of them. But in the field of legal metrology is where you need a lot of people. That's my point. So why metrology education matters? Metrology education is more than how to use instrument. It depends human capacity needed for legal and industrial metrology system to operate. Without trained professionals, advanced laboratory and equipment cannot reach their full potential. Legal and industrial metrology structured education is strategic investment for consumer protection. So we say legal metrology becomes as invisible for customer trust. So nobody see legal, but without them, in other sense that because in the street, in the business, people are doing fraud, whether intentionally or without knowing. So people who are enforcing need to be many as possible so that we can manage to solve this problem. So yes, we are trying. We have this what we call protocol in East Africa, SQMT, to harmonize our procedures, and we have this NMI in each country. But still we face the problem of fraud and substandard product in our region. It's because of what? Limited people to enforce the law. That's the issue. Now, state of metrology education in East Africa currently, it was the first day where each country presented what we call country paper about the situation and the status of how each institute can manage to do their task, and most of them ended to say that we have challenge, and each NMI mentioned that one of the challenge is number of staff to enforce the law. Now, this is because we don't have one institution or academic institution who can offer programs relating to metrology. So, taking an example here, during that day of we say country papers, WMA from Tanzania, they said that they have more than 250 workers to enforce on legal metrology. You see now, but other countries declared that it's a problem, and this is because Tanzania we have CBE, which offer graduates in different levels leading to this area of legal and industrial metrology. So we have college which offer starting from certificate, diploma, up to bachelor, and this it makes a lot in Tanzania. Taking WMI, for sure WMI they are our core partner in our education system, because we train students and they go there for practical, also they go to TBS for practical. So for them, number of staff is not a problem because a lot of trained potentials that we have. Now, metrology education challenge in East Africa: limited number of staff metrology professionals across the region, law that protect consumer or control measurements are not effectively because of limited person, rapid growth of growth with the limited skilled personnel in metrology. So low public awareness of measurement slides, which reduce accountability in TED. So for we to succeed, we should have 3 levels of metrology education. One level, we focus on formal structured education, and this is our part in CBE. The second level, we must focus on professional development, building capacity for enforcement on industry. This party, according to my investigation, here we need people who have different background in field of science or field of engineering, not necessarily metrology, but public awareness, empower consumer with the measurements of light, because some people, they even don't know where to say if something happens wrong. For example, he knows that I went to the market and what I got is not equivalent of what I paid. It's not exactly what I needed to get. But where to start to complain? People, they don't know. That's the gap, public awareness. Apart from that, you see, in other sectors, for example, taking to the field of medicine, maybe I can say medicine, they have every university offer program related to medicine. As a result, every individual in the street is aware about his health, that you get sick, or take Panadol, this can just normal understanding. But in metrology, nobody knows that somebody get fraud in the issue of business, but he don't know. Person don't know where to go to start to defend his right in this part. That's the big. Again, in the sector of law, people we have a lot of school of laws, and we have a lot of graduates. So my point here is that if we have more institutions which offer academic program in metrology, it spread the knowledge to the entire region, that they know. Let's assume that we have maybe 5 institutions which offer a structured metrology education. As they go in the street, they make this message to everyone, and it become no problem again. So again, coming to new technology, new definitions, we said that in 2018 actually is where they defined this kilogram. They defined based on a Planck constant, and most of you knows that here they said that it's because of there was a drift of 50 microgram from where it was, and this was the reason. 2018 they defined it, but to come into ethos that let's now start using this, to come into effect, it was 2019 where we started to apply this. Now, if we could have one institution in East Africa, and we harmonize our curricula that can fit to everyone in his country, then having a sophisticated instrument to modern metrology issues become very simple. Because For this definition, it means that realization or traceability must start to each country, but depending on what, you have to depend only information or data from the other country. What do they get on your measurement about realization of kilogram? That's it. We don't need again to go as that what we IPK, international product per kilogram, because it becomes a story now. We don't use it. In this sense, European countries, they leave us that we don't need again to trace from their country. We have to trace ourselves from our national institute, metrology institutes. That's what it means. So having a university, if these instruments are very expensive, then we can take effort to one university having those university, as we did in SQMT. So the key challenge, few university and metrology programs, National Metrology Institute, with the high dependence of expensive foreign expertise, low consumer lack knowledge of measurement rights, how to identify fraud, available leadness mechanism, cultural factor, and limited literacy further complicate effort. And despite of what we call SQMT protocol, significant difference remain among member states in their capability and enforcement practice. Many East African Metrology Institutes operate with inadequate facilities and limited maintenance budget and limited measurement range capacity. So in part of coordination and enforcement, weak coordination between metrology institution, consumer agencies and law enforcement, limited market surveillance. In the part of training sustainability, short-term workshop failed to build lasting capacity, trained personnel, leave the better opportunity, and the knowledge transfer within institution remain inadequate. So what's our recommendation in this area? You see, as I said before, CBE, we offer this program. So we can base on CBE to create a university or metrology institute for East Africa, and we can share the experience from each national metrology institute from each country. For example, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, this metrology institute, they share what do they need for people to work to their institution, what qualification, what expertise they need. Then we can create curricula for one institution in East Africa to solve this problem. People they spoke here, they say that people they are aware about meteorology, but they are not aware with metrology. That's because we don't have university offering that particular program. Apart from that, we can start implementing this knowledge to other program relating to field of science and field of engineering. Yes, let me tell the truth. If I ask you, most of the people who are working in Metrology Institute here, ask you, where did you come to know metrology? Before you apply the job or after being applied the job? They'll tell you the truth that, brother, for sure, I didn't know metrology. Since I came to the job, I understand, oh, this is the now metrology. It's people that are not aware. You be employed the first, then you come to, oh, there is this issue. Then you depend a lot of training, which are very, 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 very expensive. So that's my issue. I don't say that training is not necessary. It's very necessary for more specialization issues. But we should have a first degree as the specialized in the field of metrology. Then you should have launch public awareness in media campaign in local languages on measurement rights and fraud identification. In part of infrastructure, implement East Africa Regional Program for joint training. That's what I was saying. Coordination in metrology and enforcement personnel, and invest in a metrology laboratory and equipment while enabling regional sharing specialized instruments to make efficient use of limited budget. You see, for example, here when they defined this, what we call kilogram, we may have one institution in East Africa capable of buying such instrument, and we can share. But simply if it is at the university, because everyone passed the university and have the knowledge about that one. So the last regular impact assessment, we can make an assessment. And I was speaking with one guy here. I said that, are we going well with this Kongamano? I said the Kongamano is good, but same, they're the expert. What about the audience, people who don't know metrology in this conference? Maybe we can take even some few people from other institution, other field. They can hear about metrology. We all here understand metrology, but new people here, nobody. So awareness is still a problem. So that is in conclusion, metrology education is not just a technical requirement. It's essential for consumer protection and inclusive and economical growth in East Africa. The real gap is shortage in training personnel, limited public awareness, and weak enforcement that undermine existing legal metrology across East Africa. So change in measurement science standard highlights the need of continuous updated education. If we have a university, that means every change university can update their curricula and graduates become well. So that's all, and thank you for listening. And one more issue I can add, if you can allow me, MC, is about where we go in the issue of metrology in East Africa, particularly Tanzania. There is one more issue I want to show you here. Sorry for. So here, you see, as we are speaking now, this is metrology complex construction at CBE, and this is the position now we are, the right one. This is the position, and once they finish this, we are expecting to have this building, which with this more than 5 laboratories, and we are expecting to buy a lot of measuring instruments for laboratory, and it is expected to be completed on May 26. Currently, it is this the state. So this is the plan, and we are actually need to hasten this field of legal and industrial metrology. Thank you very much.
Kinda something like Alicia, sour bussy, certified. She kick it with me. Kinda something like 20023. Certified.
Thank you.
She kick it with me. Kinda something like
Thank you so much, Dr. Nyamweru, for that insightful presentation on the role of both legal and industrial metrology in empowering and strengthening our consumers. One thing that came out yesterday is that we need to be intentional in educating metrologists. Majority of us here are mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, physicists. That word is a hard one. Many of us have a different academic background, but we'll end up becoming metrologists when we get to the field. The Republic of Tanzania has moved a good mileage as far as education of metrologists is concerned in the region. I know many of us are interested in copying from the same, but growing up, I used to hear something called East African Development Bank. In the past, we spoke more of East African Development Bank, universities. Many of us at university crossed over and went to Sokoine when we were coming from Uganda. Can we also speak about the East African Metrology University? Food for thought. Thank you so much, Dr. Nyamweru. I'm going to ask Engineer Kobur to come here, give us some administrative announcements as we step out to go and have our breakfast. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Letitia. Thank you, our morning presenters. We've had some really nice presentations from Dr. Boniface and your colleague Renatas. Now we'll be breaking for tea. I had two announcements for the committee members, the RMC Planning Committee. We've shared a self-evaluation form on our WhatsApp group, so please do that evaluation. I'm asking you to rate yourself on how well you've been doing. And secondly, please do a vote as well. The committee members do a vote on that platform. Otherwise, thank you and welcome for tea. Asanteni sana.
in China. He's currently pursuing his PhD, Doctor of Philosophy in Nuclear Science and Technology from the University of Jiantong University, People's Republic of China. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Jadi on stage.
Good morning. Good morning. My presentations is going to base on the legal metrological challenges in verifying data bandwidth instruments used in telecommunications billing. Before going to the title, on 2018, we received a complaint on data usages on telecommunication field. Then later on, the Tanzanian cabinet started to talk about this. Then they find out WMA, they are legally mandated to do such kind of things. After that, WMA takes initiatives by sending some of its candidates to get some brainwashing based on telecommunication field. We went to Nelson Mandela Arusha, Institute of Science and Technology. And later on, we conducted some of the group forums with telecommunication consultatives in Turkey, FIMS, USA, and China. So on these matters, then the CEO himself went to National Institute of Metrology with I. We went there to discuss on how does the telecommunication bandwidth can be measured. So during this visit in National Institute of Metrology in China, we had a huge discussions on how we can intervene, we can conduct such verification on such areas. As you can see, we had a huge delegation of Chinese directorates on different laboratories, specifically in telecommunications field. Then after, the idea came of conducting a research, conducting a research on how we can chip in legally on verifying this area. Let me go to my presentation now. We are all understanding that we use the fuel, the petrol, I mean the fuels in our cars, right? On a filling stations. We pay, then we receive the liters. Then after paying, we need to make sure that the fuel pumps is correct, right? There is the legal frameworks there, which give us the mandate of verifying such instruments. Likewise, in electricity meters, we pay, then we get the consumptions in quantity, So the legal metrologies pass through there to check and verify if they are okay. Likewise, in water meter, there is the legal mandate of conducting such verification on those areas. We need to ask ourselves, why not mobile data, billing system not verified? Even though the peoples are using the consumptions in quantity, then why there is no legal mandate on verifying such things? So my presentation is going to answer these questions. Then we will see how we can harmonize, we can come up with the framework and also the recommendations as legal, our metrologists, so as we can do such kind of activity. So firstly, I did my study. The case study is Tanzania, right? Let me show you something before I go up to the presentation. I guess we are all seeing this slide, right? This is one of the telecommunication vendor in Tanzania. So the population in Tanzania approximation, it's almost now, we goes to 71 million people. And currently, there is almost 106 SIM cards that have been registered in Tanzania. This is the total number. And registered internet users, as we can see through the dashboard here, it's almost 58 million. The number of units per day the people are spending, it's almost 525 seconds. 500 million, yeah? And once you go for the usage in quantity, I mean the bundles and other stuffs, you will see it's almost 560. Once you go straight, you will see the amount these vendors, they receive per year. It's almost 1,500 billion per year. So once we go through the presentation, I establish an error. I just did establish an error of 0.1% based on the quantity they received per year. Once you introduce this error to their consumption of 1.5 trillion, you get the loss of almost 4 billion shillings per year that we normally lose through this consumption. Did we get the picture, right? Did we get the picture? Okay. What the impact? This is, remember, this is only one vendor. There is almost more than 2, 3 and other vendors. So the economic transformations in voice, SMS, data, it goes up. The revenue scale, it can shake up. The telecommunication revenue rivals traditional, it stands as a traditional utilities as of now. Then the national impact, it can fall out because there is no legal mandate on the same issues. The billions of consumers are now trade data and calls duration as primarily digital commodities. And also the data consumptions, billing are now generated the revenues which are compared to as electrical billing and other areas. And finally, the telecommunication billing systems processes transactions that are directly influence the GDP. So let me go on another slide. How does these things happen during the call I think we are all seeing this picture. It's unlike the physical meters. The telecommunication measurements are derived through software algorithms across distributed network elements. This is the structure of the network element through the calls we make always. I will elaborate in summary through this, then you will understand where the problem is. First, let me go on one after another. I think we are all knows the base station. It's called the BTS, the base transceivers stations. Some of us, we call it network towers. The phone calls, this is where the data request initiated. We are all having the phone here. If you want to make a call, you will register. You will have you're going to have the minutes to call someone. This is where the call is initiated from the first structure. Then after, the phone calls you make, it goes straight to the base station. So the base station, it stands as a door. Assuming this is the building, now that is the door. So every calls goes through that doors before going inside. So this is where every calls you make, they receive the signals, then they send straight forward to the person you want to receive your call. So how does it work? This is where every vendor has its own self network. So every compound where these BTS are, the calls receive. Assuming you drive a car, then you make a call. You're coming from Horohoro to Mombasa. There is a lot of BTS around your area. So once you come straight, your calls, it's going to be sending on every towers you go. So they receive it, then they go through another towers, then they go through another towers. That's why the call is not even cutting off. So this is where the doors of your call starting. Another area is called the core network infrastructure. The core network infrastructure, this is the brain of networks. Everything we make, it is here. The billing you make, it's recorded here. The SMS you send, it's recorded here. The data and bandwidth you make, it's recorded here. If you want to call another vendors, if you're from Vodacom, you go to Safaricom. So the michakato, we call everything that we are doing. The other security peoples, they take information from here. The location is taken here, the core infrastructures. Another areas is the mediation platforms. So this mediation platform, it is where the algorithm starts. It is where the algorithm starts. Once you call, your bills start to be generated here. And another is the billing system. The invoices is going to be generated through this area. So this is only 5 layers of the billing processing of our communications through this structure. Where are the gaps? Most likely, we are consumers, and we normally mismatched in measurements in telecommunication field. I will show you something. There is some regulated gaps on verifying these areas. The first one is no legal recognitions or mandate or independent entity that they can verify these things. And also, there is the absence of standardized definitions. I'm sure there is TBS and KBS in here. You can tell me if we have the definition or we have any traceability in second and time. We don't have such kind of things. That it can help us to go directly and to rely on how we can trace that time or second on this area. And another, there is a gap in the software opacity. And lastly, the fragmented oversight. So this is a gap. Maybe we can start from here, then it will help us to chip in and start verifying this one. The legal frameworks, they do not officially recognize billing system technologies and calculations. And also, there is some inconsistent of industry standards for definition of billed units and services. And also, there is a proprietary software used for billing is complex. This vendor A use software A, vendor B use software B. Everyone has its own software to compute their billing systems. There is no any standardized software that we can rely on. Maybe you can have these specific criteria to follow so as we can chip in and use it. And also, lastly, the responsible people's full oversight is split across multiple agencies. We, as weights and measures, we have already taken initiatives on starting this. But you can go from another country, they did not even trying to take any responsibilities of now. But others, they are taking the initiatives. So there is a lot of gap on it. There is some comparative analysis. As we can see through our picture here, there are some other instruments that we can regulate and we can check them, like the fuel pumps, water meter, taximeter. But in telecommunication, no legal metrological control, no independent verifications. And these it can fall through the high volumes of billing to the users. Because telecommunication, we are all knows that it handles a lot of billings, but no independent verification or authority that it can do such kind of things. I'm going to make something here so as you can understand much. Okay, let me go through another slide. This is the best slide that maybe we can see. There is some source that hinders the bill to be inaccurate. So through this one, that this trends to the data. I mean the voice, the bundles, to be not in a good well. The first is once you request your data, maybe GB 10 or 12, or you want maybe some minutes to call someone, as I have stated through the structure there, once the calls go through this channel, these are the things that it can hinder the problems of the billing. The first is the packet loss. So through the packet loss, this is where the packets now starts. For example, you're sending someone the message or video or a picture through WhatsApp. So that picture or that message you're sending, they're sending through the packet. Sometimes you may get an error that your message does not reflect to the person you are sending. then you will start initiating to send again. Remember, you are spending consumption of your data there. So this is where the loss is starting from to happen. You pay, you get 20 GB or 10 GB, then you send that video to someone, then it's not even go, it retrieve, then it stop. Once it retrieve, the data is going to cut off. You won't even see it. So after sending it, it goes with another packet. So that packet loss, it trained to the to quantify the total numbers of the bill that you have sent. And also there's another thing, it's called the protocol overhead. The protocol overhead, this is where the message with information of the user you send and the receiver, the address, and everything is here through this protocol overhead. Sometimes you can send the message, it goes to some other person. Then you will send again and again. So there's a lot of things that happen through this area. And another is the network conjunctions. Once you go, for example, you can take an example, you drive a car, then you see the conjunction. Through that conjunction, you want to get home maybe 10 minutes after you came outside of from your office. Then you will see the conjunction. You won't get there on the same time that you wanted to reach. Likewise, to the once you make a call through the BTS base station, the network, those antennas. Once you make calls, they receive the numbers of people who can call. So once you call, your phone calls, it's waiting to reach from another network signals so as they can connect another person. So there is some other, you will lose some other things through that call, which we call it the network conjunction. And also the algorithmic opacity, as I have stated before there. So through these areas, until the bill you are going to quantify, you can't get the actual quantity of the data which you wish to get. So they are, unlike the physical meters, telecommunications, derived quantities. They're subject to multiple algorithmic interpretations and network variables. So the proposed legal framework, legal metrology framework. First, we need to do this so as we can take action as far as we can. The first is the legal classification of telecommunication measurements. We need to classify legally what is bandwidth, what is voice in terms of quantity. We need to identify these things. And also, we need to make sure that the software that these vendors are using, they are approved. And also, we need to set a standard on those software which they normally use. Because every vendors, they have got their own softwares to run their bills. Another, we need to do something, it's called verification and audit mechanisms on every aspects. And also the data integrity and cybersecurity controls, and also lastly in regulatory oversight and the technical pillars that it can help us to do such kind of things. First, where we need to, as I have said before, we need to test those algorithms. Are they okay? If 1 GB equal to 20 Kenyan shillings or Tanzanian shillings, we need to make sure that is real. And also through that algorithms, we call it the black box. We need to check if they are okay. Then we need to do some authentications on this area as well. We need to do some traceability to national to national time standard as well. This is much better. And also, we need to do some statistical verifications on average aspect. We need to check the reference traffic generators and also the remote audit capability. And lastly, we need to do some typographic temper evidence. This is the telecommunication issues, as I have said before, through that channel and aspect. There is a lot of channel that the communication flows. Institutional implementation models. We know this is very complex field for legal metrology and metrology as a whole to do, right? So we came out with a model. Maybe it can solve. These models involves the public-private partnership approach. We are all knowing that there is a lot of company out there. They are conducting an audit for verification of these peoples. So, and also we have these acts for the PPPs and regulation as well. We can involve peoples to try chipping in and transfer knowledge for our people and other metrology officers. So how this is the structure, maybe we can take it and implement in the future for future implementation. And also, lastly, I think this is my last slide. Toward fair and verifiable telecommunication billings, we need to enhance these independent verifications. We need to harmonize, and also we need to extend methodological framework to the software-based measurement systems. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Giade, for that wonderful presentation. As I said earlier on, it is actually touching every one of us. Yeah, we need to know the bandwidth. What's the definition of a bandwidth? What is a unit? We are all actually exploited from his presentation. And he has actually highlighted the proposals that project bodies that we need to probably, the path we need to take to address these challenges. So it is actually food for thought for every one of us to go back home and then start to attack this this criminal. Because if someone is cheating you, basically that is a criminal matter. Yeah, so we need to go back and re-strategize to have this infrastructure in a place. Yeah, so this is stage. Just a moment. Mr. Mbwana from Tanzania Weights and Bureau, Tanzania Weights and Measures, to come and make his presentation. He's going to present on a topic called Strengthening Consumer Protection in Trade through Digital Legal Metrology, a framework for software verification. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Mbwana Haji on stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mbwana Amani Haji from Weights and Measures Agency of Tanzania. Today, I will present to you a very important topic in this digital era. But before that, allow me to share with you a very interesting story. You know, yesterday, we went to the supermarket, but we were surprised because we are the only ones having cash on our hands. Most of other customers, they were paying using their M-Pesas or mobile application. And even today, when I came here, I lost my 50 bob because the driver asked me to give him my M-Pesa number so that he can return the balance to me. I didn't have, so I decided to. So I lost my 50 bob. So for this, I think we have to congratulate and learn from Kenya for having cashless transaction. If you can But I have one question, because I have read a lot of manipulation cases from this financial institution software. I remember, okay, let me ask you a question. Is there anyone who have cross-checked the fee deducted after any transaction? Apart from that amount you intended to send, the fee that they just deduct, have you ever cross-checked it? It's the same to, are you sure it's the same to that, the actual that is required to be deducted from you? Because most of the cases, for instance, in one country, there is an IT developer of ATM machine who developed a secret code that deduct like 0.5 Kenya shillings per each transaction conducted in that ATM machine. Allow me to elaborate this more. For instance, let's assume he just said to deduct 0.5, yeah? 0.5 Kenya shilling. It's like how much in your country? For those who are not Kenyans, 0.5 Kenya shillings. Whenever you do any transaction, for instance, in your M-Pesa, this is just secret code. Will you notice this? Is it for you to notice? Okay, I wanted to show this. Okay, sorry. Do you think it's easier for you to sense that there is 0.5 Kenya shillings have been deducted from your account? So just assume, let's just assume, in 1 second, how many transactions can be transacted in M-Pesa users? Let's assume 100 transaction. Let's time the 100 transaction. 100 transaction can be transacted within 1 second. And in each 1 second, he will gain he said to gain 0.5 Kenya shillings. So in 1 second, he will be having how much? 50. In a minute, how much? Per hour? Let's calculate maybe per 12 hours, yeah? Per 12 hours. It's how much? So, who is verifying this software that we are using to transact our transaction? Okay, forget about this transaction. Let's go back to our presentation. Sorry. So if they can manipulate financial transaction software, we as legal metrology, do you think we are safe? They can't manipulate software that are used in measuring instrument, because nowadays measuring instruments are no longer purely mechanical. They are really on microprocessor or microcontroller that control how measuring results are calculated and how these measuring results are stored in that measuring instrument and how that measuring results are displayed in the display of that measuring instrument. So if they can manipulate in financial institution software, do you think they won't be able to manipulate software? I mean, software, it instructs the hardware part of the computer to do POST, power on self-test. This BIOS or this power on test, it will check all parts, all hardware in the computer to see if it's functioning well. And if there is any problem, it will display a message. It will give you an alert. For instance, if you don't have a monitor connected in it, it will say no monitor found. It will prompt before even starting the computer. So the same BIOS or that software that operates in a computer before even the installation of operating system is the same to those software that in what measuring instruments. So you can ask, because this software cannot be deleted, but it can be updated. The difference is one: the software in measuring instrument is metrological regulated, because there is a lot of calculation, metrological calculation or calibration are performed during calculations of these measuring results in measuring instruments. So in computer, if the computer is provided by the company and they don't want you to use a flash, they are using this BIOS to set up, because in BIOS there is a lot of settings. If you want to block this port, USB port, you can block it using software, this BIOS software. If you want to practice and turn on and press F1 or F2, you will find a lot of message. So this is exact another thing is how to update this software or how to change this software. In a console operating system, you can normally update your computer by either in settings to the internet and update it. But even if you want to update this software, you can update manually, physically or even online or even remotely. Some nowadays we can even change the operating system of another computer remotely in another place. So the technique used in the computer is the same way it can be used in this measuring instrument. Assume you forget your password for logging your computer. What can you do? We know that measuring instruments have password nowadays. Sometimes it gives you an option to insert a password. But assume your computer, you forget login password. We can crack it. Sometimes you can change the operating system. So what if someone can update this measuring, this firmware in this measuring instrument, software in the measuring instrument? And when as I said earlier, that software is a series of instructions that instruct a computer or this device on what to do. And this instruction is written by a programmer. He can just say, okay, open hole, yes, provide everything to be done remotely. Anything you want, he can instruct in this instruction. So let's discuss about this software risk in digital measuring instrument. As I have said that the introduction of this measuring instrument controlled by software has brought a new challenge or risk in our legal metrology, like unauthorized firmware modification. As I've said, it is easy. You can ask, how can I update this one? It's easy. Because there is some digital measuring instrument that come with either USB port or other port that you can connect with a computer. For instance, most of the way bridge, you can connect with computer. So it's easy to update the software, to change the software that is had been originated come to that. So it is easy to do that. Calibration parameters, temporary. As I've said, measuring results in a measuring instrument are calculated within. So if someone changed this one, calibration parameters, it's easy for them to manipulate this measuring instrument. Also hidden configuration. As I've given you the example in ATM machine, that someone has set a hidden instruction to deduct a very small amount that you will never even detect that is something I missed in my account. Okay, digital transaction data manipulation, but generally, risk occur without visible physical signs. Because you can manipulate, you can update software. If the computer, if measuring instrument has an access to internet, you can just update it. And there is no need to break even your cell. Because when we verify this measuring instrument, the first thing we do, we just our normal procedure. So in digital manipulation, no need even to break the seal. So you can ask yourself, are we doing wrong in verifying this measuring instrument? Because we didn't consider verification of the software? No. What we are doing is according to our IML recommendation. What we are doing now. Because I think, is there any country who verify software and measuring instrument here? When? Is in patent approval or in patent approval or in daily inspection?
Thank you. The legal metrology framework, as you put it, starts from pattern approval, initial verification, and re-verification. So if an entity comes in at initial verification, the legal metrology framework says that is an illegality in the entire world. You cannot purport to be doing an initial verification on an instrument which is not pattern approved, because initial verification is confirming that this instrument before you conforms to the approved pattern. So if the approved pattern does not exist, then this other one here is an illegality. So at pattern approval, you check, and there are procedures in checking for software capabilities. Like we say, there should be no surprise to a legal metrologist on an instrument that is operating in the field. So before you unleash this model to the users, yes, both the hardware and the software must be checked based on requirements. How is it communicating with the outside world? Which part of it is legally relevant? Which part is non-legally relevant? And
so
which
after that,
change?
you do normal verification. Do you even check it?
So when you go to do normal verification, at initial verification, the first things you are checking is the software still the version that was approved? The moment you do any update, the version changes. And the change that you want to look at is the one which is legally relevant. There are other changes you will allow, changing the color of the screen or all that, but the legally relevant part, you will always find that the software version of that particular one, which you have put in the approval, has changed. Then it means that equipment is no longer the one was approved.
Thank you for your feedback. And thank you, and I think you have to congratulate Kenya for this remarkable development. Because I was just checking for this Asia Pacific Legal Metrology Forum. They were doing a presentation of how they're verifying these fuel pumps. And this is the report that has been presented. You can check. This is how they're doing their test result. Their testing, how do they test their fuel dispensing? I think the same way that we are doing. And each member country have been given a time to present how they are doing. It was the same. You can check the number of countries like Bangladesh, India, China, Malaysia, Mongolia, Vietnam, Bangladesh. All of, I think you can check this paper. You can find there is a lot of countries that are using the same procedure that we are doing. And in this procedure, there is no software verification, not initial. In initial, even in Tanzania, we're doing it. But in on-site verification. So from here, I said, international organizations have provided the guidelines for verification of this software. It is not the absence of standard, but is limited operation integration of software verification in routine inspection life cycles. As you have said, this is what I'm proposing so that we can bridge this gap. That first is to do identification and traceability. That after, because this is everyone, I saw Kenya we are doing, even Tanzania we are doing. In patent approval, you have to verify this instrument. And if you read this WorldMec guideline, this is a guideline for manufacturer of measuring software. And also is an advice to the metrological institutions. So it have explained a lot on how to do this identification. As you have said, that the software version that have been approved in patent should be the same to that, but sometimes you can to change it. But the change of that software, does it have a certificate, have been certified to be updated to that instrument? You can read this well, it is allowed to update it. But even in this, in OML D31, it also instructs on how to control this software update or this software modification. But it is allowed. So the thing is, you have to know that updated software has been certified. The second thing is secure configuration. You have to control the access to critical. You have to check the measuring instrument. Does it provide the option to control someone to go to the calibration configuration? Like both software and hardware. Is there any hardware part? And is there any software part? Like in the third one, digital auditability. The measuring instrument supposed to provide digital log. Nowadays, when you log into your computer, it gives you some history. When did you log in your computer and what you did it? For instance, when I do like this, you can find, this is quick access, this is what I've done today. You see, this is history. So even measuring instrument need to do the same. It should record, keep this log, so that even legal metrology officer come to instruct to verify this measuring instrument can get this log. Life cycle control and institutional coordination. So why this matter for East Africa? Imagine Kenya is doing verification of software to this software-based measuring instrument, but other countries are not doing. Do you think we can help to how about cross-border business of this measuring instrument? So we have to do harmonization. Thanks to this the presence of this SQMT Act that have provided the light on how to do it. In conclusion, I want to say that this digital measuring instrument, nowadays need the same care in verification, both hardware and software. When you verify measuring instrument, but you can do this according to these guidelines. And I have said that it's not like we don't have standard, but most of us, we did translate these standard and guidelines to our daily operation, or field routine field. So what should be done is to adapt, not to replace. You can just adapt this proposed. You are doing the same. You just add of what you're doing. You are doing this the way you are doing, the way you verify the normal instrument, but you have to add some part of these software measurings. Because if you read this well-make document, there is a level of risk in measuring instrument have been categorized. There is a low-level risk, middle risk for the measuring instrument, and high level. So even the measurement of this software in measuring instrument should be guided, should be followed according to guidelines. Regional harmonization, I have said. So in general, software verification is now essential. It's no longer option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mbwana, for this presentation. The highlight of his presentation, basically, it is also again food for thought for most of us who are not doing software verification. Yeah, and what I've taken from this, that other than from checking the versions of the software, we need to interrogate the software in terms of integrity, compatibility, interoperability, and also identification and traceability of this. So I think most of us in East Africa, we don't do that. And what he has presented basically is a task for most of us to go and implement this kind of activity. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank Mr. Mbwana for his work. Next on stage, you've seen this presenter a couple of minutes ago. He's coming back with a different topic. Mr. Jadi Athmani Kijomo. His topic is mainstreaming legal metrology for digital measurement systems in a digital framework for verifying vehicle tracking and data-derived measurements in trade and public services. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back Mr. Jadi Athmani Kijumu.
1545, easy to come through, easy stress myself. Come through, if you know what that means, she can number 2, 023. Slide through, if you know what that's she got 023. Okay, your code better pay, fika standard 2, 023. 2, 023. Unaweza shtuka na hii lifestyle juu ya standards na energy balance. Niki step in more you are in gallons. Fire in the booth wana nickname Takrali. Kwa born at night I wasn't born last night. Sijaribu kufit na sijalika stuff fitting. Na pewa allowance come heads just for sitting. Niko pumped up na nikamela marketing. Ligi iko juu, vibes iko juu. 2002 before ni consume. Look iko juu, mana ikikwa mkuu. 2023 before ni consume.
Hello. Hello again. This presentation is going to be very brief, actually, because it's related to the previous presentation of Mr. Mbwana, but in a nutshell, I will present it in a way that everyone will understand it. I won't even take almost much of your time, but let me clarify one thing based on this presentation, then after I will go on one slide after another. I guess all of us, we know about the GNSS. The GNSS. It's called the Global it's called the Global Navigation Satellite System. We are all have some knowledge on that. The Global Navigation Satellite, it's a set of a satellite that we can't even eyes, but most likely the superpower countries, Russia, China, USA, have these set of satellites. For example, I'll go through my slide after this briefing. The USA, they are using the GPS. It's called the GNSS constellations. Russia, they are using the GLONASS navigation system. Europe, they are using the Galileo navigation systems. And China, they are using Beidou navigation systems. So you will get some knowledge on this. So remember, these are the satellites that we are normally using on our navigations. So if you get that picture, then you will understand this presentation easily. So my title is Mainstreaming Legal Metrology for Digital Measurement Systems. I'm sure most of us, while we came here, we request a cab or a text by using the software, right? Bolt, Uber, or whatsoever, any application that you have been using to reach here. So that application, they are normally linked to those navigation systems. So they might use any of those satellites which I have mentioned to you now. So nowadays, these satellites were the ones who makes decisions on our transactions based on time and distance. So once you get this picture, I'm sure you will understand this presentation easily. Let me go through this slide. Before digital era, we were using a taximeter to request a cab. Most of us, we visit some of the countries. While we go through the cab, you will request, then you will pay the money based on your transaction, based on your distance and time you travel. The distance and time, because the taximeter compute mechanical information to that meter, then you pay. It compute, then you pay the money. Nowadays, we don't use it. The people use software-based decision making to make decision. And those software, they are directly linked to those GNSS, Global Satellite Systems. So those software, they might use any of the navigation satellite. It might be Russia, it might be USA, it might be China, but we don't even use them. In East Africa, I don't think if we have the satellite to make decision based on what we have to do. So this is the digital era. I just put an example from the measuring instrument, the physical measuring instrument, so as you can see the shift. So the shift from tangible hardware to intangible algorithms, they require a fundamental changes. Okay, I'll go to another slide. Vehicle tracking device as a measuring instrument. I'll give you an example. In Tanzania, we have the authority, it's called Land and the Transport Regulatory Authority. It's called LATRA. LATRA, they install the vehicle tracking device on every buses that you see in Tanzania. They have got this device. They are tracking the movement the speed that helps the polices to make decision that that truck, they goes through the required limit of the speed. Then those trucks, they are supposed to pay a fine based on the distance they spend. Remember, these VTDs, they use GNSS, Global Navigation System. So they're making decision of the trucks based on the satellite, which we don't even see it. So the device is installed through the truck, then the device is making decision for the traffic to find the consumers. So the consumers now, they are complaining that the dashboard which gives them the speed of that truck does not even fall through that speed limit which they put through their devices. You can see how much these drivers needs to be protected, and also the owner of the buses needs to be protected. So that's the big gap we have through these digital transformations. So that's why I came out with this idea of preparing this paper on the digital transformation based on the vehicle tracking device as a measuring instrument. You can see this, right? This is the structure from the GNSS until to the trade documentation, trade transaction, as of course. Another example, we had a visit last 2 months. We go to South Africa. And in South Africa, they have made a huge improvement on the digital transportations. Nowadays, South Africa, they are transporting the trucks, the petroleum trucks, through another region within their countries by checking the automatic tank gauges through the earphone. So while those trucks are moving, the ATG read exactly amount of the fuel which is within that truck. So as the customer who are going to receive that quantity of the petroleum, he will understand that the truck that coming in my area, they have got the same quantities. Did you get the picture, right? So these ATGs, they are using GNSS, Global Navigation Systems. So the business is there. People are making decisions based on the navigation systems which we don't even see them, right? So this is the gap, and this is the device that need to be checked. So this is the flow. The cycle here, you will see the set of the global navigation system, which is called the constellations. The set of navigation system, it's called the constellation. Every countries, they have got their own constellations, and they give their own informations based on the data which we need. So this is the flow we can see. Another slide, the regulatory blind spot in digital systems. So we are legal metrology entities or metrologists. There's a huge gap on this area. So what initiatives we are supposed to take through this? We need to ask ourselves, what are we supposed to do? We need to ask ourselves. So the gap is this. The software-based measurement system, they do not have a type approval. We go through the previous presentation I mentioned earlier. There is no any approval for these software, which now decides what is supposed to be done through the trade and other areas. So another issues, there is traceabilities from the time and second as well. We go through the GNSS again because they give the distance information, they give the time, they give the second, the location through the longitude and latitude. So these informations, it needs to be traced. Another example, assume you you are on the ocean, right? Then you lost the location. You want to know where you just need to go. Then your phone is not even functioning. Then after sometimes the signal came out. The location you will see, it is not in the same place that you are supposed to be. It will direct you to another way. Once you go that way, that means you might even follow the way that it leads you to reach on your previous area. So there is some kinds of error through this navigation area. So you might even find out you go on the direction that this GPS gives you the false information. So who is going to trace this? Legal or metrology inspectors need to make sure that this is supposed to file. And also the technical challenges, the signal uncertainty, as I have stated here, algorithm opacity, security threats, na SI traceability gap, those NMIs now, this is your area to check and see that gap and fulfill the gap. And lastly, the risky or to trade and transaction consumer protections, the government revenue leakage. As I have given you the examples, you can measure through the requesting of the cab, through the transaction, maybe the product of the petroleum and other areas. The conceptual legal metrology framework, it's all the same based on what I have given you the previous presentation. So we need to establish, or we need to harmonize, or we need to introduce the PPP, public-private partnership format, so as we can narrow down and go through it. Lastly, there is some verification architectures. This is somehow technical. I cannot even elaborate much on this, but then later, once the paper is published, you will see and you will follow how to do some amendment on our act based on the software verification, algorithmic authentication verifications, and other areas. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jadi, for these wonderful topics. Really, I think coming here for this RMC was really timely and very important for every one of us here. You know, when we don't have such meetings and conferences, we don't actually get the information. Now that we're here, we are getting information, we are getting enlightened. Yeah, this is a forum for all of us metrologists. Yeah, imagine how can you be penalized by a system whose traceability cannot be ascertained. The GNSS, that is really a big gap for all of us. We need to put up systems, as Dr. Rotich said yesterday, that we need to, as a region, we need to build infrastructure for metrology so that we can ably address such challenges in our region. Thank you very much, Mr. Jadi for that wonderful presentation. Now next on stage, we have Engineer Tiedo Opal Adwok, metering engineering with Martino for engineering contracting and investment. He has a BSc degree in electromechanical engineering from Alexandria University, Egypt. His presentation is going to be application of legal metrology and hydrocarbon measurement practices in South Sudan oil fields. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Tiedo Opal Adwok.
Streets kagua mali through 20023 anytime ukona short is free fanya quality control kabla uchukue receipt another day another risk to take 200k ndo nipande kwa stage mkoro alini show my son never settle for less maintain your preference class and taste hiyo mali ni mboka mina stamp ya caps 1545 with the confirm one time with the pocket what you really want what you prefer first two doubles and 2 3 you get anything 1545 with the confirm one time with the pocket what you really want what you prefer basi soma hiyo label 20023 tumakoda kikisha guarantee usipate umepima maji usipate umekupima maji sina standard ya quality usipote cheki kama hustler you wanna go faster 1545 si tuta come through si stress myself your label 20023 come through if you know what that means she can number 20023 slide through if you know what that means.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tiedo Opal, metering engineer with Martino for engineering contracting and investment in South Sudan. I will be presenting application of legal metrology and hydrocarbon measurement practice in South Sudan oil and gas field. So as we all know that the importance of energy worldwide, it is crucial for us to make sure that the measurement for the oil that being produced from our facility to the world is accurate and at the same time meets the legal metrology standards worldwide. So for this one, our client, as one of the producing oil companies in South Sudan, have assigned us to do routine calibration and proving for the metering in their facility. So for this one, right now I will show you. This one is the overview of the oil production facilities. As we can start from the left side, you have the wellhead or the well side where the produced oil flows from the well on the first stage. Then after that is being measured like periodically, like a month is being measured so that you know the characteristic of the well itself, how does it perform. And then after that, the crude oil flow from there to the processing facility. The processing facility, it's 2 stage or even more than that, depend on the crude oil being produced. So there is this one, the processing is for separating the oil from the other like water and gas, so that they can be separated from oil and then you can ship oil purely. So for this one, you have, for this model here, there is 2 stages.
first and second stage. The first stage, you have flow meter for water producing and flow meter for oil producing. And also, the second stage have flow meter for water and flow meter for oil. And then the gas itself, it has flow meter that measuring the amount of gas being produced from the field. Then after that, the third stage, it goes to the storage and then pipeline to be transported to the cargo or marine port for exporting. So for now, for downstream after production, the downstream, we have the oil already being transferred from the oil company to the international market. Now they will be using it for other things, like they take it to refinery, or maybe they use in the power plants. They use it for power plants as crude, raw crude. So this one is the downstream activities. So for us, Martino, we do well testing. From the beginning, the oil is produced from the well as commingled with water and gas. So for us, we have multi-phase flow meter that can measure the amount of oil being produced and the water cut being produced, and also the gas from the well. And that one will ensure that the behavior of this well, like this practice is monthly, being like it's carried out monthly, and then this data is used to predict the well production, and also it's used to maintain the well in case that it's not producing the expected amount of oil. So this is Martino doing well testing on well site. After the well site, there is the process area where the oil is processed, and then the water is being knocked out from the oil and the gas also. So for this one, Martino also performs services on the flow meters, which are for water and for oil. So the importance of this practice is to see, like, you have a prediction of the wells which are producing a current oil amount and water. Then after that, at the process, you will separate them. Then you will compare the production from the well and the process measuring equipments, if they are matching. This one is Martino also. We are doing the service here for oil line and water line in the process area. So overall, after all this one, we come to the custody transfer, whereby we are transferring now the oil from South Sudan to the next level, which is our bordering country, Sudan. Because we are landlocked country, we operate through Sudan. So our pipeline is passing through Sudan. For us in South Sudan, we have our facilities that having meters. So from transferring this oil to the bordering country, we need to ensure that there is no discrepancy between our flow meters and their flow meter when they receive the oil. Because this one can cause dispute on the amount we transported and the amount that they receive. So for this one, we do proving for the meters we have in South Sudan. The meters are approved using meter prover, bidirectional meter prover, which is like mechanically operating using a spherical ball. That one, with the API standard, we calculate the pulses or the pulses or the K factor for the meter. Then we apply it so that we can see the meter factor. The meter factor that will govern the accuracy of the flow meter. So for this one, for the standard, the accuracy of the meter should be less than 0.1%. So this one, we do it and we make sure the meter factor is according to the standard, so that when we are going to transport our oil, we can trace back to the international standard if there is any dispute about our production. So prior to proving, we do inspect our flow meters. For this one, this is turbine flow meter. We are inspecting. We are inspecting the blade, the rotor, the shaft, everything, so that we ensure that there is no wear and tear inside. After that, we go and prove it, and then we make sure that all the results meet the international standard. So for this one, we have on the flow meter, we have certain we have other instruments, like we have temperature transmitter, we have pressure transmitter. These are used for corrections, because when we deal with oil, we use a standard volume. We don't use the volume, the normal volume. So the standard volume is corrected by the API density and also temperature and pressure. So for this one, these equipments on the metering, we have to make sure that they are also calibrated and validated, so that they provide a correct correction for the accurate correction for the flow meter. Then after that, we can transport. This also, we make sure we apply all the standard. Like for pressure transmitter, we use a dead weight tester to calibrate. And for the temperature, we use a decade box to calibrate. And all our equipment are being calibrated with international standard. After that, we bring and we use for this one. This is Martino performing this calibration. So for the next chapter is what Martino is now building, or the next stage for this one is we are trying to cope up with a system for calibrating the road, the road tankers. So for us, we obtain a proving tank for this one. Now the facility is being prepared for this one. This one is one of the things that we want to introduce into South Sudan. So by help of the other Bureau of Standard, we calibrated our prover tank here in Nairobi, and then we transport it to South Sudan so that we can use it there. So also, we have to make sure we are going to apply all these legal standards, the international standard, the API standard, and the regional standard as well. So for tank calibration also, after the calibration, we have to make sure that everything is in a proper way. Like when after calibration, we have to secure the alleged maker and then seal everything. So during inspection, everything can be like the standard way. Also, for us, we are intending to do for our petrol stations or any other tanks, underground tanks, to calibrate them using our facilities and also applying the API standard, so that we make sure that our clients having a standard equipment that can be used in South Sudan. Also, for us, we have this master meter. The master meter is acting like a meter that can prove the other meters. So for master meter also, we are working on them, and this one we already applied before. Like we did a work for our client in Unity oil field, whereby they have a master meter. We calibrated using our tank prover with the standard that is the standard of the API and the regional standard of South Sudan National Bureau of Standard. Also, we have been involved in petrol station dispenser pump calibration. So this one we perform multiply with South Sudan National Bureau of Standard, because up to now we are not yet given license to operate. We are working in order to meet all the standard. After that, they will give us the license. But right now, with collaboration with them, they give us the green light to apply and work with them to calibrate and inspect the dispenser pump stations. So this one is Martino performing dispenser pump calibration. And as you can see, like for the standard, always we need to apply the correction or apply the standard of temperature correction. Like for this case now, you can see at 20 degrees Celsius, this one, the tank is almost full at 20 degrees Celsius, but at 10 is somehow less. This is because of what? Because of the expansion due to the temperature. So when we do calibration, we have to apply correction, like for temperature correction, so that we know the exact volume that we've been using. This one is the one for dispenser pump. So also, using our prover tank, we can, using gravimetric method, we can calibrate prover tank using gravimetric method, whereby we apply also a standard of the weight. So when we pump water or something into the tank, then we weigh the water. After that, we apply the correction standard. We can generate reports for calibrating tanks. This is one of what Martino is able to do as well. And also we can use the volumetric method of calibration. As you can see for this one, these are the facilities we are intending to build in South Sudan. with the help of South Sudan National Bureau of Standards. This one also is the way elaborating how the master meter calibration is done. So what are the key achievements of what I have been discussing? We can see that first thing, when we are talking about the custody transfer in oil and gas, one of the things is that we achieved by applying the standard and the correct measurement that we ensure revenue protection, like South Sudan revenue protection. Like we can see a drift in a meter that can cause an error that is substantial loss for us in South Sudan, and by reducing this error, it will make sure the integrity of the flow meter itself and the custody transfer from one part to another part. The other thing that from this one we achieved is custody transfer integrity. Right now, we can see that there may be dispute between the custody transfer partners, like for us, South Sudan and Sudan. When we are transferring our oil to Sudan, they have their meter to receive the crude oil. So when they received this, at this point, it can create dispute between us and them. But when we apply the international standard and the regional standard, this can be a proof that our meter is testing well and is giving accurate measurements. Also, at the downstream calibration, it ensures that the retail customers receive correct fuel quantities, like when we do the dispenser pump calibration and the underground tank and the road tankers. So this one is for consumer protection, like the retailers will be protected from being fraud. Then the other thing is traceability and standardization. So for this one, this will connect our measurement to international, to the international standard, and will make sure that our measurements are well recognized. And the other thing, the last thing is the system sustainability. Like for us right now, when we do service for the meters and we do calibration for them, we can predict that these ones, these meters, how they behave and how to handle them in case that it became a risk for the operation, whereby it can mislead the operation. When people are operating and producing oil, sometimes the system itself can mislead you. So for us, we do like routine check for this equipment, and then we trace them and see their behavior. This one will ensure that they are sustainable and that they can prolong the production. So that is it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tiedo Opa Adwok, for that wonderful presentation. Clearly, you can see the role of metrology in the oil wells in South Sudan. Yeah. we can see that the revenue collection is enabled by having accurate measurements, and basically that is metrology. Consumers are protected from being exploited because there is a system in South Sudan that ensures that accurate measurements are accessed. Yeah. See the importance of calibration and verification in the measurement infrastructure from the point of production in the oil wells to the point of dispatch. Yeah, so there is basically a chain of accurate measurements from the point of production to the point of dispatch. That is a wonderful presentation from Mr. Adrok. So all of us in East Africa, we can actually also benchmark from South Sudan. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, let me welcome Miss Jenita Shabaganzi from TBS, a senior metrologist in chemical metrology. She has a BSc in chemistry. Ladies and gentlemen, this lady is going to present a topic, strengthening agriculture market through accurate measurements, the importance of regular moisture meter calibration.
Tumakoda kikisha guarantee usipate umepima maji usipate umekupima maji single standard ya quality usipate cheki kwa mahasla you wanna go faster 1545 see to come through see stress myself
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this chance. My name is Jenita Shabaganzi, working as meteorologist at Tanzania Bureau of Standards. Today I will be in front of you, sharing with you a short study that demonstrates the importance of regular calibration meter in strengthening agricultural market. We all are East Africans, and we know among the big trade we do in East Africa is agriculture. We do farming, and we do exports in farming, and nowadays there's been a lot of emphasis in increasing agricultural market by export to international market, but as well as in East Africa market. So now we can see as a national meteorology institutes or calibration laboratories, we have activity to do to support this market, as one of the equipment they are using in quality assessment, they are using moisture meters for moisture content measurements. Thank you. My study will be comprising on the introduction, the methodology used, results obtained, and the discussion, the conclusion reached, and the recommendations of what to be done. As I said, we have a lot of emphasis in the agricultural market, and we see on the agricultural market, there are quality parameters that are considered in the quality assessment of agricultural products. And most of the quality parameter that is used in assessing and grouping quality of the agricultural products is a moisture content. It is used direct, and it has a direct impact in storage stability, shelf life, accessibility to fungal contamination, and the overall market value. And case study has been done in the cashew market as one of the big crop sold internationally in Tanzania. And in this trade, we see that the moisture content is the most quality parameter that is used in quality assessment, but it's also used in place adjustment and the storage decisions. When they are selling or they are buying the cashew nuts, one of the big parameters they are assessing and they are used to qualify the quality of the cashew nuts is the moisture content. And it is so crucial because it is give excess moisture, it gives it acceleration to microbial growth. It promotes aflatoxin contamination, but it is the biggest consequences, it leads to rotting during storage of those raw cashew nuts. As I said earlier, in Tanzania, cashew nut is among of the key export crop. And it is mostly done in the southern part of Tanzania, including areas of Mtwara, Lindi, and Ruvuma. And during the quality assessment, as I said, they measure moisture content as a most quality parameter. And during measurement of the moisture content, they are using moisture meters. But the problem comes in that when these moisture meters are not regularly calibrated, they cause consistent results and leads to unreliable reading, which cause a lot of problems in this business. So the main problem of this study and what we are trying to see is the problem came as a complaint in which there was a cashew nut deterioration during the storage in the warehouses. People were buying cashew nut in the store, but after a certain time, the cashew nut started deteriorating. So the problem was, there's a problem. Because when before storage, they do measure moisture. And they knew the moisture is allowable as the specifications given. But why at a certain time, after a short time, there is a problem of deterioration of the cashew nuts in the warehouse. So this was the problem to be investigated, which was suspected that to be caused by the inconsistent reading or inaccurate reading of the moisture meters that were used. The main objectives of this study was to see if calibration can be the cause of the deterioration, so as to emphasize the regular calibration of the moisture meters and to emphasize the impact of meteorological control measures. But the also objective, another objective was to call for integration of moisture meter calibration in the policy framework and the market surveillance system. Another thing was to call for the awareness program to cashew nut dealers about the importance of regular moisture meter calibration. And why do we do this? Did we do this in the part of metrology emphasizing calibration? Because we know that metrology is a tool to facilitate trade, as it provides a framework to ensure fairness in trade through accuracy measurement. But also traceability to the primary standards, we know it ensures consistent measurement across the location and over time. So that's why we had to include metrology as a study, so that we can see if it can affect positively in this part. But also we know that calibration is a tool for quality assurance. So if calibration is a tool, is very important to be studied and to be considered, as it aligns the measuring instruments with the primary standard, reducing systematic errors. Also, regular calibration detects encounters of instrument drift, environmental influence. As we all know that all measurements are not stable over time. They drift as environmental changes. They drift as electrochemical and mechanical environment and behaviors changes. And all of this affect the precision and accuracy of the measuring instruments. So the emphasizing calibration on a regular basis is a tool to encounter these defects and drifts over time. But also reduces the variability between measuring instruments and improves accuracy in commercial transaction in the agricultural market. So, as a methodology, as I said earlier, in the southern area of Tanzania, in the areas of Mtwara, Lindi, Ruvuma, are the most areas that are dealing with cultivation of cashew nuts. And this study was done in that area, in the Mtwara region, covering like 4 districts, including Mtwara Municipal, Nanyamba, Nanyumbu, and the Masasi district. And as I said, this is the area where cashew nuts are cultivated much, and big business of cashew nut is done in that area. But most people who are dealing with cultivation of this are, in the technical language, you can say they are SMEs. They are those local farmers that are dealing with, they are cultivating. So after cultivating, they have to sell it to big dealers, which are exporting these cashew nuts, but also taking them for further processing into cashew nut kernels and all that. So in that areas, they have organized the smaller agricultural marketing associations, which they call AMCOS. So after harvest, they do organize themselves in their AMCOS, and they do collect their cashew nuts, the harvested cashew nuts, and they do organize into their AMCOS and sell it to the big dealers. So in this process, after drying the cashew nuts and they want to go to sell to the big dealers, they do measure moisture. They use moisture meters, which they take to the big dealers, knowing that these cashew nuts have got a certain amount of moisture. They are in the certain grade of the cashew nut. They either is grade 1 or grade 2 or grade 3. So moisture meters are the most tools that are used in qualification of their cashew nuts. So during the study, we collected the moisture meters from these AMCOS together with the warehouse operators. Because when they take the cashew nut from their AMCOS, they bring to the sellers and they store to their warehouses. In those all chains, they use moisture meters. From the AMCOS, they measure moisture. When they go to the sellers, to the warehouse, they measure moisture, and during the transaction and during the business with the big dealers, they measure moisture. So we can see that there is a big usage of moisture meters in this cycle. So in this market, we find there are a lot of the digital moisture meters used. As you can see, the example of these ones I've displayed it there. So this we managed to take around to get around 176 moisture meters from these micro agricultural market societies, and together with the warehouses. So during this, after getting these moisture meters, we tried to measure and to see how accurate they are and how fair the business they are. And during measurement, first of all, we took the low cashew nut as samples, in which we measured them by using reference or primary method for moisture meter determination that we know is an oven. That we measure that moisture by using oven method, which was placed by the size of 20 grams and was heated in the oven for 8 hours. Then after we got the reference value by using the moisture content calculation formula. Then after this, we were aware of the moisture content of the sample that we have. Then we used the same sample and we measure the moisture content by using the local market moisture meters. So at that point, we managed to get the reference value and to see the moisture content displayed by the moisture meters that are used in the market. But another thing that we are trying to assess, it was to do the oral discussion with moisture meter, with those people in that low local market which are using the moisture meters, to see if they are aware that they know the importance of calibrating their moisture meters regularly, but also we checked on the handling of those moisture meters during their weighing process. So from that, we did the data analysis. Our data analysis was aiming on determining the 3 things. One of it was to determine the variation between instruments before adjustment, and to determine the accuracy of meter after calibration and the application of corrections, but also to assess the level of awareness among the cashew nut dealers, awareness on terms of calibration and recalibration of their moisture meters. So these are the results that were obtained. As you see in our graph, we did actual calibration of those moisture meters, and we did comparison of moisture results, moisture content before calibration and after calibration, before when they were using the meters without calibration, and the results of using meters after calibration. So as you see in our slide there, the blue line was the results of the meters before calibration. This was the measurement that was done by using the same sample across 20 moisture meters. And as you can see, the sample was 1, but as you see the line in the blue line, every meter has its own results. So it is not easy to know what the moisture content of that sample. They were all meter on the same place. They were all in the same conditions. They were all the same sample, but you can see the same sample has 20 different results. So in the market, it is a problem because when the dealer the cashew nut come from the local market, they have the moisture. They know that maybe this low cashew nut has got 8.2 moisture %. But when they go to the warehouse, they measure by using another meter. It shows that these cashew nuts have got 9.8 moisture content. When you use another meter, it shows that this one has got, let's say, 7.6. So it is difficult to know which moisture content is really the really moisture content for this cashew nut. So that was a problem. And after calibration and application of the collections, so you can see the red line across all 20 meters. After calibration and the comparison with the reference value and get correction for each meter. So you can see all the meters are coming back in the same reference value, but across the same sample across 20 meters is getting the same answer. So this was analysis of results for meter calibrated in Mtwara Municipal, and this one was the same scenario for the meter calibrated in Nanyumbu district. So you can see if calibration is not emphasized, it is a problem in the market. If regular calibration is not emphasized, is a problem in the market. And this is the problem that brings to the deterioration of the market, of the low cash nut. Because when the moisture meter is not calibrated, they store the cashew nut in the warehouse, knowing that they have low moisture content. But the reality of that sample has high moisture content. Because the moisture meters are not calibrated, they know that we have stored, maybe we have stored our cashew nuts with a moisture content of 8. But the reality of it is 10 or above 10. So after time, they start deteriorating and changes the quality that they expected when they were storing those cashew nuts. So, and after this was for the measurement of moisture meters, and this one was the study for the awareness. Across those AMCOs that we interacted with, we did the oral discussion, as I said before, to assess their level of understanding and awareness on why do they have to do calibration and why do they have to do it regularly. So this is the study which showed that most of the cashew nut dealers, they are not aware, and they are not aware of the importance of moisture meter calibration. And the big reason is that because most of the people which are dealing with agricultural business in the low crop places, like in the farmers, they are always MWIs. There are people with with less knowledge on the technical part. There are people with less exposure on the technical part. So to them is not easy to get aware that there is a technical requirement that we have to follow up to make sure that we get fair business and we get the market as we want to acquire that market. And these people have got a lot of education and awareness on how to cultivate those crops they cultivate. For example, we are now talking about the low cashew nuts, but this is the same as the ones dealing with the maize, the ones dealing with the groundnuts, the ones dealing with the other crops. They are aware of how to cultivate. They are aware of how to get good yield after cultivation. But when it comes to post-harvest, to post-harvest, they have a challenge because they don't know how to handle to make sure that they maintain the quality. And the big problem they are facing, the problem of moisture content, and that's why we face problems in mycotoxins and all that. So we can see that there is a big gap between them and the technical awareness. As now we can say they want to enter into export market, but they are not aware that they have to calibrate their equipment using in moisture content measurements. They are not aware. But there was another group, which is group 2, group B, which is 20%. These were aware that they have to do calibration, but they were not aware that they have to do it regularly. The others, you know that they know when I buy a moisture meter, before using for moisture meter measurement, moisture content measurement, I have to calibrate. But they are not aware that after using it for a certain time, they have to do recalibration. They thought that after calibrating when you are buying, it is once for all. It will be accurate in years and years. So they were not aware that the measurement do drift, environments do changes, equipment do drifts. They have to recheck after time. But also, there are others in this group, there are others who were aware that they have to do recalibration, they have to recheck their moisture meters, but they think that they don't know that they check because of their own safety and their own fare in the business. They think that they have to recheck because they have to meet the requirement that is given. So when there is no enforcement, or there is no, enforcement framework, they don't calibrate because they think that they are saving money. When they are going to calibration, they are using money for calibration. So they think that if they don't check regularly, they are saving money. So if there is no enforcement, they don't take measures for recalibrations. And this mostly we found there are those dealing with warehouse keepers. They know, they are aware that they have to do recalibration, but they don't take it that is their own advantage to do recalibration. But what they do, they say if no enforcement, if no any penalty, if no what, they don't do because they think that they are saving money. And another group, that is group number C, which is a 10%. These were people who knew that it is important to do calibration and recalibration over time, and they were doing even if there is no enforcement of the enforcement for the to assess the calibration and the recalibration of their meter. And most of these are those people who access the international market. Those are big dealers. Those are the ones who find that they do calibration after time, and because they know it affects their international market. But these ones dealing with the internal market, they don't think it is important for them to calibrate, and they don't think it is important for them to do regular calibration. So, from the study that we have made, these were the results. As I show you in the graph here, one of the observation made and that you have seen, there is a big variation between meters before calibration. As you can see, there is big variation in measurements. That makes the measurements are not reliable and they are not consistent. But also you can see the results were unreliable because they are not consistent. You don't know which meter is accurate, which meter is to rely on. And you can see the red lines there in the graph. After calibration, there was the deviation was not observed, so that all meters were getting the result to the reference value. So calibration was, there was improvement in the performance of the meters, and the final results are obtained by the moisture meters. And this I've explained before, that the level of awareness was low, and people are not ready for regular calibrations. So from this result that we have seen, I can go back to the, we can see that this confirms that uncalibrated moisture meters introduces significant measurement bias to agricultural market. That we can't avoid is the real truth. So the conclusion was that regular calibration is not an optional technical exercise. From the results that we have seen, regular calibration is not the optional technical exercises. So it is a technical tool to safeguard equitable trade, reduce post-harvest losses, and sustain market confidence. So if it's a tool to safeguard equitable trade, reduce harvest losses, and sustain market confidence, integration into the integration of the regular calibration into the policy framework and enforcement system is inevitable. If we want to enhance transparency, protect stakeholders, and sustain agricultural market, it is very important to consider to include to integrate calibration and regular calibration in the framework, in the policy framework and enforcement system. So from there, I had just a few recommendations, in which one of it is to integrate calibration requirement into the regulatory framework and the market surveillance program. So as to help those people in that market, as I've said before, they are not aware of technical implications, because most of them, they are SMEs. So when we integrate this requirement in the framework and the surveillance programs, we will help them, making sure that they are maintaining their market, but they don't get lost in their business. But another thing is to emphasize in awareness campaign. We have to make strategies that will enable them as a National Metrology Institute, as a calibration facilities. We have to make sure that we reach them in their local areas and make sure that they are aware that also calibration is a tool that can help them to assess their market and make sure that they do fair business in their market. They can't know if we want to reach for them. They can't know if we can't take measures to reach them where they are. As I said, many of these people are in those local areas. When you go in a Nyumbu, when you go in a Nyamba, then in Mtwara, it is a very local place. It's a very interior place. It is not easy people from there to know that there is TBS that can do calibration. So it is for us as a National Metrology Institute and even in other areas of the region to take initiatives to reach them and give them the awareness that they have another tool that can help them to access their market. So with this recommendation, it implicates that to emphasize the calibration to be mandatory and the market surveillance to be mandatory, but also to make sure that we build the capacity in it. We capacitate them by having awareness campaign around those local areas to emphasize them. One of the challenges that I met, there is one of the meeting that I went, it was dealing with the post-harvest issues for agricultural sectors. And the problem they said they addressed there is that these national bodies, national standard bodies, national metrology institutes, we are very known in the large enterprises. We are very known to big business dealers. But when it comes to those local markets, when it comes to those SMEs, we are away from them. So this is a time that we have to enlarge our scope to make sure that we reach them in their local places. It is not easy for them to come where we are, but we know that they are available there in their local places, in their local markets. It's now that we increase our scope to reach them, apart from dealing with those big traders only. Because we know the business with the big traders is the initiators are those local people in that local areas. So with that emphasis, I can say thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ishabaganzi, for that wonderful presentation. Really, you sounded as if you are an advocate of moisture content determination and post-harvest handling. Yeah. Thank you. Her theme, her presentation is well aligned with the theme. It touches health and trade. Yeah, the mycotoxins, are really a danger to our lives if moisture content is not determined. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Engineer Kobul for the next announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, our presenter. Thank you, Mr. Patrick Musazi from Uganda, for guiding this session. Now we are going to break for lunch. I suppose that everyone has gotten their meal cards, and if not, pass through the registration desk and it will be handed over to you. Our announcement for the planning committee: we'll be having a meeting after today's session, so please make sure you are around so that we can discuss our issues. Secondly, the committee, please do the self-evaluation as shared earlier. At the end of the day, we'll share a feedback form online with all the attendees. Ensure that you give us your feedback to allow us plan better for the next EAMET. But for now, let's break for lunch and come back at 2. Yes, I'm being guided by my CM that we should appreciate Patrick for the good work he's done. So let's give Patrick a round of applause. Thank you, Patrick. We may proceed for lunch.
1545 with the confirm. One time with the